I guess it helps if I hit the button that's, you know, send the video to the to the home server. Anyway, hey, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. We are currently ripping a CD. Whoa, look at it, crazy. Wow. Anyway, this is the final rip for testing each of the drives individually on all three controllers. So as soon as that one finishes, I know a lot more about how the drives work, and there is at least one unexpected result that kind of explains some stuff going on yesterday. We're going to test a couple of other things, and then we're going to continue our setup testing for this. So let me bring everyone up to speed in case they missed yesterday. Why am I? Oh, I know what I missed. Sorry. I know why there's no deck talk. One moment. Gonna do this, and then no, not that. This.
Deck Talk is now online. End of line.
There we go. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. There's serial USB. Well, no, there was a lot more than that yesterday. Also, I got a serial adapter right here, better one than the one I was initially thinking. Although I may still go with the other one in the long run, but this will work for now. And I don't have to mess up the deck talk. Anyway, let me cover what we have going on yesterday. This is CD robot ripper thing. I have opened it now, okay? This board that's behind the camera that you can't see, now you can. It's red, has a USB serial to what turned out to be just straight up a real serial port inside, as well as the 3 USB to ID adapters and then a USB hub port thing on the bottom. I bought a bunch of random adapter hardware so that we could put SATA drives in this, connect them to a USB hub internally, and then a USB-C panel adapter that goes onto the back, so that I will be able to have everything contained internally, but use SATA drives over USB 3.0, so everything works a lot better. That rip just finished, and I can already tell you what the result is. Weird. Anyway, so what we're currently doing is trying to test these 3 drives. How many of those adapters need to be returned? 1. All of the other ones that I have are fine. So those 3 drives have almost all passed. What time frame is that robot from? This one in particular is from like 2007, if I remember correctly. However, the chassis itself is clearly going back to the 90s. So, yeah. Making the USB equivalent of Curse RS-232 stack, yeah. So, time frame is mutes mic. Wait, mic muting? Blah, 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 blah. I'm not seeing anything. I didn't touch anything. That's weird. Anyway, 2007 is when this exact model came out, but this chassis is clearly from the 90s since it supports 50-pin Centronics on the back. I really don't know what to tell you about the mic stuff. I'm sorry. If I had any kind of idea at all, I would try and solve it, but I have none. Yeah. Apparently, maybe replacing the antenna is a thing, but it looks extremely non-trivial on this, so I don't know that I'm ever going to try that. Anyway. And it's popping when we move. Well, then why don't I just go sit down? I don't think it's cut out. I think it's just silently moving slips for a second. Yeah, let's go with that. All right. Let's see. Anyone play No Man's Sky? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Let me check a thing here. 3, 6. That's what I've thought. So I can copy this here. Okay. So what I did this morning before stream is I took the Foo Fighters CD and I ripped it on all 3 drives with all 3 controllers to build this 3x3 matrix of how everything works when connected to different controllers. And everything worked fine. So I only ripped the 1 disc at a time, except with one exception, the LG drive on the Anker interface was slower, which is how we had it set up yesterday. So that could explain some of the weirdness. So we're gonna not have it on that one in the meantime. So the 2 ASUS drives, one of them will be connected to the Anker adapter today. All right, so it's apparently no one plays No Man's Sky. I won't do the thing I was gonna do, and I'll just have to wait. All right. Pretty heard good things. Never played it myself. I will say it is redeemed, but go into No Man's Sky not thinking of it as a game, but a really good chill-out experience that has game-like elements. And I think that's the best way to describe it. Played No Man's Sky in VR and on your Steam Deck. Ooh. So you're probably a little more serious in a No Man's Sky then. Well, then maybe we can do a thing. I just want... Do you... Let's just put it this way. Do you know what the X-Class modules are? All right. Let's do... there's another thing that I want to test here. So we're going to use not the LG drive, actually. We're going to use one of the other ones. But I'll go ahead and leave the Foo Fighters disc in there. And then I'm just going to turn this USB interface off. Let's grab... Not that. That's Blu-ray drive. Let's grab one of the ASUS's. I'm going to put the Anker interface on that. I'm going to turn it on. You know what? I'm realizing I might be losing internet over here, so I should not have my chat only be visible from there. Okay. And the camera isn't really showing what I want to show. There we go. Okay. I had an idea. I should rip CD singles as a way of making this go a lot quicker. But still having a thing. For some reason, Foo Fighters is like 2/3 of a disc. It's only 400 megs, so it's kind of like an EP. I'm pretty sure Color and the Shape's like an actual full album that just didn't fill the disc, I guess. But the other ones that I have here are, there we go. Apocalyptica, Enter Sandman. You know, I just need to go hit the focus button. It's been out of focus the whole time. That's the aperture. Oh, it is focus button. Okay, there we go. Apocalyptica, Enter Sandman. That is cellos playing Metallica. And then we have the Beck Loser single as well. So we're gonna rip these. Well, Follow X, I'll spoil it for you, since you appear to be the only No Man's Sky player. I'm really kind of surprised no one else does, but I just bought 2 X-Class scanner modules right before the stream. Like, literally, I was just trying to get to a planet that I thought might have a resource, or actually it was the next quest mission. I landed, and then I got out of the ship so that it would create the restore point, and then right in front of me, a trader landed. So I was like, well, drat, it was in the intro for the stream, so I had to run over and buy all his X-Class modules. So now I have those to open after stream to see what I get. Oh yeah, Apocalyptica is fantastic. Okay, let's try sand and see how long this takes to rip, because I'm trying to find 3 CDs that rip normally that don't take forever so we can overwhelm the bus and see what happens. Also, I forgot to run the USB 3.0 cable. You know what, let me just grab a cable really quick and I'm going to run that right now. Let's see, 1 Type-C cable, yoink. Do. Oh yeah, you can't see the thing. There it is. Okay, so it's gonna start ripping sand. So this isn't the full album either, Portizo. This is the, have you played around with a CD stub since? No. So here's the problem and why it's gonna complicate things. So the FLAC decoder module directly reads the Music Brain's JSON file to get the metadata. The CD stub file structures the data in a different way so that, and it's not compatible. So I can't tell it just reopen this file instead. I have to set up a new data structure importer thing for the CD stub, so I can't just direct swap it out. It's not as easy. So I'm trying to decide if I want to add CD stub support to the FLAC module or if I want to create a mezzanine metadata file format instead. Just like a small JSON that just says an album, artist, you know, and then track title list or something. I haven't decided yet. So I'm trying to think through that. Because on the one hand, I just don't know. I don't know. Maybe I could make a Music Brains interface module that can just give you the data and then I put all of it in there. Somehow I thought that was whole album title, not just first track. Yes. Well, that's fine. That was super fast. Really? Data? I guess it is only 2 songs, so yeah, it should be super fast. Okay, it's still 2 minutes. How big's the bin queue? Let's see. Sand, bin queue, 73 megs. I'll take it. Actually, I think we need it to be a little bigger. Okay, I have a backup. I don't think that even got into like the actual full rip speed of the drive, because for like the first 100 megs or so, it doesn't like go full speed for some reason. So Beck Loser's probably out, but here's a backup, and then I have another backup. This is Vangelis La Apocalypse des Animusic. All right. And we can rip that and see how quick that works. Oh, hey!
Will I can subscribe at tier 1. They've subscribed for 4 months, currently on a 2-month streak. End of line.
String Quartet tribute. That's different from Apocalyptica? Interesting. And hey, Usagi. And Willie Ken, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 4 months. I appreciate that. I also have another thing you might get a kick out of this. So I'm going to grab 2 of these, actually, because I have the examples. This is probably the more popular one. So there are Rockabye Baby. These are lullaby versions of songs that you're meant to like play a kid so that you can listen to adult music around the kid or whatever. This is the Beatles, but they also did Metallica. Thinks I had heard of Apocalyptica before today, so string quartet CD. Interesting. I will have to look that up. Starts Googling furiously. Yeah. Ben's going to be so mad we're talking about all of Metallica without him. Had a YouTube one for my son who's a toddler, loved it. Yeah. Metallica to sleep to. Oh my gosh, they could totally just re-release that CD today with that name and people would buy it. Call it the Metallica ASMR mix. Anyway, let's rip Vangelis and see how that works. Vangelis. I did actually get that right. Okay. Hold on, you can't see. One moment. VGA, there we go. Okay. Roy Beatty has literally everything, I swear. Kids spend every night to it since they were born. That's awesome. Have you experienced the wonder that is Leapfrog or Frog Leap Studios? Heavy metal version of Wheels on the Bus. Oh my gosh. That's going the opposite direction though. All right, let me grab the USB-C cable and plug it in down here. I should probably go grab a flashlight. All right, what I'm trying to determine with Vangelis here being ripped, and yes, I know it's actually pronounced Vangelis, but I'm sorry, I'm just, for one, I'm not Greek, and two, I've been saying Vangelis my whole life, and I didn't know, and it's ingrained. It's like id versus ID software. I think I've finally managed to correct myself to say ID. Or, I mean id. Oh my god, and then I did it, like, because I was thinking about it too much. Okay. Ah, come on. All right, is that 2.0 or is that 3.0? Okay. Ooh, there's a red port. It says 10 on it. I'm plugging it into that one.
Aleratec says CHEER 100 below Shelby Putin. End of line.
Oh, it did really good with that. Ed Pacheco, thank you for the 100 bits. So that mini cassette is apparently coming back. Like vinyl cassette ripping robot. When? Never. No. Did you watch the, oh my gosh, what is it? The Good Morning America or whatever that did the news piece on that? Cassette is not coming back. Cassette sucks. Why is this not ripping? BenQ. Oh, it is ripping. It's just ripping very poorly.
Who says CHEER 100S.top thinking too much. That way leads to madness, or at least to the end of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Did it just say S-top? Anyway, this made me sad today. This will make some people happy. It makes me like, why? Oh yeah, internet's bad. The Tron Harry soundtrack is being put out on cassette. Oh, that's unfortunate timing. We'll see Helen Croft in 2 hours. Why exactly? For anyone who wants to buy modern cassettes, let me explain something, okay? Dolby no longer licenses the rights to BCS noise reduction. You cannot legitimately... Oh, you are here. Oh, I thought you would be watching Ross broadcast. So you cannot legitimately watch or publish cassettes with Dolby noise reduction. And what DDOPAS is saying as well is also true. There are no good metal types of tape left being produced. The only ones that are still being made are the most garbage, bottom of the basement, just trash tapes. They're basically just the answering machine tapes. So you get the worst tape with zero noise reduction. When you play a tape that has no noise reduction, on a machine that uses noise reduction to try and remove the inevitable tape hiss from the garbage tape. You then start to cut out the highs because it doesn't have the proper EQ curve. That's why you use metal tapes are going for a lot of money. Exactly. So stoked to hear Nin, and then I was immediately disappointed to hear lyrics in the song because Nails Tron should be lyric free. I bet it's not going to be lyrics for the whole thing. It's probably just like one of the singles or something. I mean, it's literally a single that's coming out on a 7-inch. So there's no way they're going to sing over the whole movie. So don't worry about that. I am super excited though. Oh my gosh, am I so excited. I'm curious. I don't know how big of a Nine Inch Nails fan you are. I am obsessed.
Do I need to check over my shoulder in case Tecmone appears? End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah. So, despite Jared Leto being in it, think it's going to be a dope movie. Oh, I have zero hope that the movie's going to be good. Absolutely none. But I bet the soundtrack is going to be incredible. Anyway, if you listen to, I forget what the name of the single is, because I'm trying to not listen to it to death before the whole album comes out. Because, well, I said this before, but I'll say it again really quick. When Showroom of Compassion from Cake came out, they released the Sick of You single and before the full album, and I listened to that too much. And now when I listen to Showroom of Compassion, Sick of You just sticks out like a sore thumb to me, and I don't want that to happen with the Tron soundtrack. So trying to avoid listening to it more. Anyway, what I was going to point out is the current single that's out for Tron Ares has almost exactly the same bass line as Love Is Not Enough off of With Teeth. And I just found that to be very interesting. Anyway, Vangelis took, why did it take, oh, it's only 4 minutes. Really? Really? That was 4 minutes? It felt like a lot longer, although I guess we're only 24 minutes into the stream and I've yapped a whole bunch. Maybe it wasn't, it felt like a whole lot longer to me. Okay. How about we embed MP3 player in a tape shell? I mean, I have a flash drive in a cassette case. Downward Spiral on 5.1 SACD? Yes, that one's the definitive SACD to get. Never heard anything sound so good. It does sound fantastic. All right, how big was Vangelis? 300 megs? That's perfect. Okay. In that case, I think maybe I'm gonna go grab a different CD. I don't know how big Kill 'Em All is. I think it probably has enough music that would be a minor problem. Tape format also change. Old Type 1s are better new Type 1s. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'll just say this really quick again about Tron. The movie, I have said this before, but I have zero hope for it because before I knew what the plot was, I thought to myself, what is the most hackneyed, obvious plot they could possibly come up with? And it was the evil programs trying to take over the world through the digital interface, and then that's what it turned out the actual plot was. So I'm going into it with the lowest possible bar explanation. Been enjoying Not the Actual Events, Bad Witch, Add Violence. That truly makes a good all-in album. I love Add Violence so much. Behind the Background World is one of my most favorite songs ever. The outro on it is utterly fantastic. Also, if you get the 12-inch EP, the backside of it is the second side of Downward Spiral in reverse. Which is really weird and cool. But yes, I absolutely love Add Violence. I need to give Actual Events and especially Bad Witch a few more plays. Because they're a little more different than I'm looking for usually. I think Not the Actual Events I can get behind more. Bad Witch is very strange. Let me go grab a different CD. I'll be right back. I want to grab... I forget exactly which one it was. It was... what was it? Oh, man, why is AC/DC got so many songs on there? Is it the Allman Brothers Band? No. Look, there's one in particular that I grabbed that had very few songs on it that seemed like a good fit. So I want some, like, sort of long. I mean, I have another CD single here, but I don't think in good conscience I can play it on stream. I'll just say it's a single from Space Jam that I bought before. Well, not like I'm playing it on stream, but I don't want it to be on stream a whole bunch. Wow, why is the Pink Panther so big? Although every single one of those tracks is like 2 minutes long. You know what? We'll go with this. There's 12 tracks, but they're all super short, so I bet this won't be too bad. At this point, just load all 3 EPs. One, treat it as a single album. I get that. I went all in when he was doing the releases for that, and they're all too distinct for me. When Not the Actual Events came out, I got the physical component, and I did, for my first listen through of it, what I believed would be the fully intended play method. For those of you who don't know, you could consider Not the Actual Events to be 1 part music, 1 part performance art. The physical component to Not the Actual Events is a series of paper cards that have artwork on them. They're 2-sided, and you get 1 card for each song on the EP. They come in an album, or in a envelope. That envelope is filled with not just the cards, but also a black powder ink substance. When you start playing the music and then take out the cards, your hands become contaminated. You can't touch anything else or you will risk getting it dirty. So, I did the intended listening experience. I got my FIO out, I loaded all the music onto it, and then I played that as I, without being able to pause or do anything, just appreciated the artwork along with each song. I forget why I was going through that part of it, but, oh, yeah. So they're very distinct for me. So, Not the Actual Events had this experience that went with it, and I partake in that experience. Then Add Violence has a physical component as well, but instead of it being this, you're trapped in this environment experiencing this thing kind of thing, instead it's more like an instruction manual for a piece of machinery that does not exist. And then you just read through that as you listen to the EP. And then Bad Witch does not have a physical component, unfortunately. I really wish it did. So yeah, for me, each one of those is extremely distinct. All right, what am I doing? This is Pink Panther. Pink. Let's rip this, see how big it is. And how long this takes. It's looking like we're going to rip Foo Fighters, Color and the Shape, Vangelis, La Apocalypse, and then probably Pink Panther, because I have a feeling this is not going to be that long. And then after this, once we have these three CDs determined to be acceptable, what do you think of the Ghost albums? Love them. I think they're fantastic. I love that on Ghosts 5 and 6, there are also callbacks to Ghosts 1 through 4. No, those are 100% in my normal Nine Inch Nails playlist. I usually listen to discographies, not just individual albums. So for me, I listen to all of Nine Inch Nails from the Down In It single, Halo 1, all the way through to now would be Bad Witch. And then in a month, Tron Ares, that's going to be weird. oh yeah, no, because Tron Ares is a Halo, because it should be. Actually, does the website call it a Halo? I didn't even think about that. Because it is 9 Inch Nails. Want to derail? Curious how much deck hardware you have? Almost none. Deck talks are it. I have some digital boxes, and by that I just mean cardboard. Okay, this is added. Oh, it hasn't started it yet. Okay. Weird. Why is it so messed up? So it's stuck on... Not on Music Brains. It got that. Listening to Discogs only a few hours. Toolcake, 500 Punk, a few others. Think I've had Ninja Tools, full Discogs, whatever. Audio player I've owned since the 90s. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Rush is another... Well... Maybe not. Rush is really good. I'll say that. Maybe not always full discography. There are plenty that I do, though. Definitely Metallica. Start to finish. I like everything. With some exceptions for Garage Inc. And some, not my favorite, but I'll listen through them for the discography for, is it Reload or Load? I forget which one has, Mama Says. Anyway, here's the stupid cassette. So dumb. Anyway, I just wanted to see if this has a Halo. I don't know if it would be listed on here. Doesn't look like it. NinWiki will have it pretty soon. Gotta get you hooked on Tool. I couldn't name a single Tool song offhand. It's just never been in my repertoire. Oh, S&M is fantastic. I want to really like S&M 2 because it came out after Death Magnetic, which had a lot more orchestral type music in it to begin with. But then S&M 2 was plagued with issues and it sounds awful. And the performance recording for, oh my gosh, brain, I'm going to call it UN-3 because I can't remember what the rest of the word is right now. But I want that recording to be so much better than it is, but it's awful. It's so bad. It was so bad that I'd actually gaslit myself into thinking that they didn't do it after the first time I listened to the whole thing. I do really like some of the stuff where they get more experimental in S&M 2 and have Metallica play classical music instead, going the opposite direction. I mean, Sanity, that is the whole point of the album title. I mean, they knew what they were doing. All right, now Pink Panther's ripping. Wow, this one's going to be rough. We may not use this one for some reason. Ooh, that is usually a better way to go. Not genericizing. Oh, this is... Why is it so slow? So Pink Panther's probably out for being a pain in the butt to rip. I think Vangelis gets a fail, too. Alright, we're gonna try Kill 'Em All, because that's an older CD. It should just be simple. I mean, Pink Panther's not like a new CD. Let's see, does it say... I mean, it says digitally remastered, but the fact that it also calls it digitally remastered tells me it's pretty old. There's no publication date for this release on here. We'll try that, and then this is not going to be an older release, but we'll try Mastodon Leviathan as well. Oh, this is 2 CD. Oh, there's a DVD in the back. Okay, yeah, we won't rip that. Oh, this is awful. Why is this going so slow? Hey, Philip. Should have checked out your streaming setup more when I was there. Oh, gosh. Tried to stream on Twitch, record locally, and run virtual camera into Discord last night. Both CPU and GPU on my laptop floating around 90% use the whole time. View streaming, 2 cameras, shared screen, recording locally. Your machine was an absolute beast. No, actually. So the whole thing is about putting as much as possible into hardware, dedicated hardware. So over here, that is my ATEM. That is a camera controller. And that connects to both Blackmagic cameras. I can also control it from my computer here. So if I wanted to cue a change here, I can just run this slider and then whee, look, we're switching between stuff. It's a piece of hardware that does all that. So that's how I do the multicam stuff. Although I have a little weird thing. This view that I'm in, normally when it's the other camera, is doing that with the ATEM. But in this case, that's just a webcam that I plugged in. And then the other capture down there is also a direct HDMI capture card. This is a Haswell era i5. So it's a i5 4670K. And then does it have a 960? Is that what we settled on? I think in there for GPU. So it's really not that much.
For CHER 100, I feel usage checking out Shapley's streaming setup should have a warning, like here be dragons or madness lays this way. End of line.
Yeah, and Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. There's a lot more than just regular normal people streaming here. That's for sure. But the computer only does that. So that computer exclusively does streaming. So that helps. It is CPU encoding, so it's not using the GPU because I'm doing MPEG TS. With MPEG 2, there is no NVIDIA NVENC for MPEG 2. So it is all CPU bound. But I try to put as much processing as I can into direct hardware for the multicam stuff. Okay, I'm vetoing Pink Panther because it took so long. Let's try Kill 'Em All. But yeah, if you want to ask me more questions, I can get you like a full detailed list of everything I'm using and what I think about it. Just ping me on Discord about that. Could be using QuickSync. No. I guarantee you it's software. It's using FFmpeg. Alright, so this is Kill 'Em All. I think we accepted Vangelis. So yeah, this one took 8 minutes. Ouch. Yeah, that's rough. So let's do KA. Nah, I just met. Found the stream worked better once you offload as much as we could to discrete Radeon. Yep. Eventually gonna have to upgrade that machine I'm using it for. Thanks for the insight. Shoot you a message. Alright, no problem, yeah. I find the best thing you can do is just to have a dedicated computer for it. If you want to actually use the computer, you need just another computer. Like, you'll get people to say, ah, you don't need a dedicated streaming PC. Nah, just do it. It's not worth it. It probably does, Usagi. Especially the Sponge Wi-Fi. The LTE has gotten a lot better, but yeah, not much. All right. While this is going, I'm gonna do No Man's Sky in between. I want to know what the modules I got are. Yeah, Adrian, I think we actually did try to get that set up with the Intel Arc card before we knew that the whatever weird thing it needs was the problem, and it just didn't work. And I think we tried it with NVIDIA card too, just to see if that it was even functional. And hey, Digital Ice Age. Resizable bar, that's it. That's it. All right, so right now we're just waiting. What is going on with this setup? Why is this so bad? I'm tempted to rip what you call it, Foo Fighters again on here, because this is such poor performance. Anyway, for giggles, while we're doing this, is there a new video on the main channel? No. I'm gonna have a supporter video about why.
Basically, 100 have a good rest of the stream. Off to see a man about a robot by your command.
Montrez, thank you for the 100 bits and good luck. The CD changer is the current project, and it's clearly not done. So I don't have a video, unfortunately. And so I'm delaying it. In theory, I'm going to have, like, after this delay, I should have, like, video. It's going to be ridiculous as long as everything works correctly. It did not say end of line, because if you put %C in there now, it'll say a Cylon thing instead. All right. Why is, first off, let's do that.
Blair's Fire subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 41 months, currently on a 34-month streak. And says the number just keeps getting higher and higher. I shall see just how high the number goes by your command.
Flarespire, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 41 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, our programmer, I think this is the first time ever I am going with
CHER 100. Cylons obey instructions. So this is set by your command.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I think this is the first time ever I am prioritizing the quality of the video over the release date of the video. I actually did record a 1 hour just yakking at the camera thing that was the story up to the point of where we got the software reverse engineered, but then I realized that not having it actually be functional with the software kind of blows, and that it needed that. So I have to finish everything before I can talk about this. Because if I can't show it ripping, what am I even doing? Like, that's a terrible video. It would be awful. So I have to be able to show it ripping. And we're not there yet, because I haven't had the opportunity to fill in the rest of the rip logic here. Because we barely got everything fully reverse engineered for the commands. And I would like to get the drive sorted out so that I can actually do ripping without having to wonder about, like, the quality and that kind of thing. I would just like to get it to a consistent point now, essentially. I don't know why it's blinking out. That's kind of weirding me out. Don't you want to wait until Q4 now after you... that's not how it works. Be cool to deep dive history, software, media duplication. Oh, that's way too complicated. Way too complicated. I got a notification for just this. Unexpected glasses. Glasses. I'm not wearing glasses. Wait, was I wearing glasses during that? Oh, okay. So technically, I have prescription glasses. I never wear them. And that prescription was created over a decade ago. I don't know what to do about the mic. Like an audio disc that can't be read for multiple samples. We're gonna try a thing. All right, let's try something. Test, test. Yeah. Oh, gosh, really? Great. I forgot the stupid... Wait, is... What? How? Hold on. I'm using XLR for the mic? One moment. I need a just regular patch cable. And then give me stereo patch cable. This is like the worst one of these I've ever seen. That should be fine. Okay. I saw the video blink. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe don't replicate my setup, Asagi. Also, what on earth is going on with the RIP software? You can't see that because I thought I was going to do this, but apparently I'm not.
Diet guitarist says I let the CHER 100 get in the way so that CHER 100 can sing a little song like da 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 and again da 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 one more time da 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 end of line. End of life. End of time. End of line by your command. Laura Koo says CHER 100 Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer too. I'm crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be us. End of line.
Okay. That's better. Okay. So that's some sound. I know it's left channel only. Hold on. Mic. Left. There we go. So that's cheater stereo. Audio-wise, looks like I could maybe blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's actually kind of analog-y. Weird. Okay. So I can pump it up a little bit. We're at plus 10. Oh, the camera's really smart. It gangs the left and right channel if they are the same input. Okay, so that should probably be a good audio level. There we go. All right, we'll try that. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Here's what this is. I have bypassed the Tascam DR701D. So this is going directly into the Blackmagic. If we get pops, like a CD skipping as was described, then it's the audio receiver. What about? Okay. So yeah, this is removing what was effectively the ADC. That was the problem. So if we get audio popping issues or anything like that now, then we 100% know that it is the receiver transmitter. So yeah. All right. Okay, so why did this take 8 minutes to rip as well? Oh, that's not audio. You heard a pop just now? Okay, did anyone else hear a pop? Let's start with that. Also, definite mic cable pops. No, I don't wear contacts. I don't wear glasses. I just don't. Well, that's curious.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100 to CX not here. How can I blame them? End of line.
When I was pulling it off of my hip, I swear I saw it said mute on it. Which, if the mute switch is dirty, that could explain it. One moment. Okay, there we go. Oh, it also says mute when it loses power. So if it briefly lost power, that might have been why. Anyway, everyone saying you heard scratching and stuff, I unplugged the cable. So that would be why. All right, we're gonna try this. I am just going to set the whole mic pack on the table so it doesn't move, and we'll see if it still has issues. There. Okay. Alrighty. 8 minutes, huh? Why? How big was it? So this was Metallica. It was 518. That's a little big. Have you ever successfully ripped an SACD? No. The best way to do it is in a soft modded PS3. I've looked into it. It's not worth pursuing. Okay. I'm going to rip Foo Fighters again because I want to see if it behaves very, very poorly like these are right now. Now if I just can find Foo Fighters. Alright, apparently I should just quit No Man's Sky. Things aren't going to go smoothly enough that I can work on 2 things at once and, work on. That is Pink Panther. Let me put that away. CDs got mixed up now, and I'm sad. That is Vangelis. Okay. Still not finding Foo Fighters. Wait, that's Apocalyptica. Where's Foo Fighters? It's not in this drive, is it? That drive's not on. Aha! Okay. Okay. 1 3-hour road trip. Ooh, good luck. Which Apocalyptica? The Enter Sandman single. Okay. Foo. Good? I would put a question mark, but I also don't want to screw it up, so we're gonna not. Foo test. Okay, this should rip in 3 minutes. So it'll go a little bit slow. And then it will speed up. So there's the slow, and then I think about 50 megabytes, it will start to speed up. There we go. Okay, apparently 20 and then speed up. So there are several points of failure on the mic setup. I'm ripping the same CDs over and over, Dutch, because I'm trying to test. Is it a CLV drive? I'm trying to determine the behavior. Yeah, this rips so fast. Why does Foo Fighters rip so fast and none of the other ones do? What is special about this disc? Same drive, same interface. Like, what the heck? All right, I got a weird test. Hold on, I have to move this. All right, if we get lucky on this, this will work fantastically. Foo and bar discs rip faster? Yeah, no kidding. Okay. I want a lot of discs that are exactly the same, like the Foo Fighters disc. So you know what would be the same? A soundtrack. This is the Breath of the Wild soundtrack. It has 5 CDs in it that are described in that blinding white rectangle. So if one of these works well, then we can try that. If Breath of the Wild isn't good enough, we can use Tears of the Kingdom, which has 9 CDs in it. So yeah, we can do either one of those. All right. Batois Disc 1. Let's find out. Unfortunately, these are going to be like super cram packed full length discs. So if they don't rip fast, they're going to rip super slow. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, what the difference is with the speeds. Okay. So, Batois 1. All right, let's try it. Go. If you play the Guardian music, yeah, I would tell you which one's the Guardian music, but the back of the case is all in Japanese, and I don't speak Japanese, nor have any intent to ever learn how. So, I don't know which disc has it. Pulling format, ISO Redbook. No, these are all Redbook, every single one of them. The ones that we've ripped today should all be old enough to not have CD audio or CD text either. Okay, we're gonna cross 20. Is it gonna speed up? No. Okay, so Breath of the Wild is out. It's just slow. That's so weird. So compact discs are described as conforming to standards known as the Rainbow books. Plain CD audio discs are known as Red Book. PC CD ROMs are known as Yellow Book. Special enhanced CDs that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s that have combination audio and computer content are known as Blue Book. Karaoke discs that contain graphics in the metadata channel are known as Green Book. There are other color name combination things, but those are the biggest ones. So, ever seen Laserdisc Doomsday Duplicator? Yes. You should go look it up on YouTube. Okay, so Breath of the Wild was bad, so we're going to try Tears of the Kingdom. Here's what 9 CDs of Zelda music looks like. All right. I was going to say this is the best part of this game. Nah, I don't even think this is the best part of this game. This game is just disappointing. Okay. I really wonder which color book Lords. I mean, clear, obviously. I know, right, Chloe? I mean, geez. Why you gotta even ask? Oh, the PlayAsia garbage is falling out. Dude, I really wish PlayAsia wouldn't put like a bunch of weirdo weeb stickers in every single package. Like, is there a box I can tick to pay 50 cents more to not get those? I have no idea what the color naming conventions were. Yeah, Ben missed out on Minusaki talking about Metallica. All right, Tactica 1. All right. Start rip. Oh, it helps when you have the software running. Okay, let's try that again. Go! You know, Dr. Cal, that's probably true. But, like, if I just order a video game soundtrack, I don't need that. And it's no fair, because Japan gets all the good stuff. Why do I have to import the Sonic Frontiers soundtracks? Yeah, Sanity, that's why I haven't done anything with that CD, because I knew it would be done to death. I did buy one. I bought one as soon as I saw like a Google Now card about it that was like, new Lord CD doesn't work in both CD players.
100 Shelby, as the CX not here, I will henceforth blame Belgiumet. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Look, a fast disc. Yes! Why is Tears of the Kingdom the fast ripping CDs? That's so weird. Anyway, I found out about the clear CD on my own, bought it, knew it was going to be done to death before I even, like, saw anything about it, and just figured I'd skip out on talking about it anyway. Best Metallica track. The Day That Never Comes. There you go. All right, I think because no, that's ripping pretty quick. I think we. Oh my gosh, we're gonna rip Tears of the Kingdom. Ugh. Fine. All right, we're gonna work on a thing. Aside of this, I haven't shown too much. So I'm going to copy this file, and It is absolutely not one. No. Ben, opinion on one, go. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm formatting this JSON to be a list of 3 media samples. But I've seen them doing Creeping Death Live a couple of times, and that's hard to beat. I mean, I'm just tired of one. Everyone always picks one, and one is boring. Good catch, Red Queen. That ripped fast. We'll use Tears of the Kingdom. So anyway, the way this will work, it will load the... Is there CDDB? Oh my gosh, there's CDDB. Why is it Japanese in English? What's the shortest Metallica song? Depends on what you consider an individual song. I'm going to guess an individual track is going to be Anesthesia, which is still really good. Looks more like Mandarin. Yeah, no. Well, that kind of maybe. I have no clue. All right. So here's the thing. We'll be able to just drop this one file in, and then it will load 3 disks worth of metadata all at once, and we will be able to start 3 rips at once without having to type in stuff here. So we're just going to do that. Okay. By the way, that took 4 minutes to rip. That's really, really good for a full-size disc. So we're definitely going to use Tears of the Kingdom in all 3. Let me just go ahead so that we know exactly what we're getting into before we start. Rip discs 1 and 2 in this setup so that we know we're starting in a good known setting. Like I don't want to like think that the other 2 discs are going to be good and then they're not. I would rather just know right up front. Okay. So let's not pull that off. Okay. Leave that there. Pop this in there. And go. Okay. If it's Mandarin, that's so weird. Why would it be Mandarin? Tactica 2. All right, and go. I have a feature that I want to add to this. We have the settings stuff here. I want to add a date prefix option to where it prefixes the date into the rip output so that you can rip the same media multiple times and automatically handle the names without colliding. And I might just do that for everything anyway, make it a on by default feature. Because I think that would be smart. All right, starting at 15 and hitting the 20 threshold. Or no way. The same discs from the same publisher in the same set don't behave the same way. How is this possible? I guess it's a lottery? Dude, that is so annoying. Okay, people who know CDR-DAO. Could this somehow be the paranoia mode thing? Could it be not using paranoia mode on some of these somehow? Right, I'm going to kill this. We're going to restart the rip. I'm going to set it to paranoia mode 1. And then I want to see what it does. I mean, I feel like it's a pretty good guess to assume all the discs in the multi-disc set are present in the same factory. That'd be kind of insane to do it any other way. Okay, paranoia mode 1. Let's see how fast that rips. CDRDAO uses CD paranoia. I rip to bin queues and then I extract the audio from the bin file. Okay, this is CD paranoia mode 1. Let's see what this does when it hits 20. No difference. So it's the disk itself. It's not related to the paranoia mode. It's not using the CD paranoia package. Does it implement its own paranoia mode then? Okay, well, this is a waste of time. I guess let's look through all of the Tears of the Kingdom discs to find ones that rip fast. This is the dumbest thing ever. Because these apparently have a chance to be like this. So this is going to be... I'm going to set this back to 3 for consistency's sake, because the other 2 fast discs ripped without needing paranoia mode changed. Tactica 3, go. It yoinks the paranoia library from CD paranoia. Okay, that's what I thought. No, bloody screen, this is all the same exact drive. I can put disc 1 or Foo Fighters color and shape in this drive and they will rip super fast. Anything else so far will not rip super fast. Let's start the software, actually. That will help make it run better. It has its own copy of it in its tree. Okay. Oh, it's not like a Git sub module. Or, it doesn't matter. You're saying it uses the real CD paranoia code. That's all that matters. Different drive goes slow on those, quick on two. Maybe. That's a horrifying thought. No. No, I can guarantee not. All 3 drives have gone fast with Foo Fighters color and shape. The only outlier was when I put the LG drive on the Anker interface. That one ripped slow. I don't know why, but it did. This is the Anker interface on the orange drive. So this should be a good combination. And this rip is not. So we're going to kill that. Or slightly off-center, slow it down, maybe. I don't know. I want to cry now. This is so frustrating. I can't say Flare Spire. There's so many variables, which is part of the reason why I want to just whittle this down to 1 drive model for the actual CD duplicator. Playback happens at a way slower speed. It wouldn't matter. Okay. Let's restart that. Tactica 4. See if this one... I just need 3 that rip fast. Or 1 more. 1 more that rips fast. And then we'll just use color and shape. Can't hear it from here. Guessing the slow discs don't physically spin the disc. Yes, yeah, it's very obvious. Audio here. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. So when this thing spins up, I'm going to crank this. I don't know if you hear that. So that's high speed. That's working. Okay. There we go. Talk 4, talk 1. So this will rip fast. So this is probably over 100 megs already. Yeah, look at that. That's so much faster. It's twice as fast as the other ones are. I have no idea why. Okay, but that's 3 discs now. So we can try ripping all 3 at once. So it's going to be, for our multi-rip test, talk 1, talk 4, and foo color. Wait, do they have American or... They do not use American spelling. Okay. We need graphics to show the rip rate. You gotta cut me some slack here. Alright. Let's call this multi. I love that Linux lets me put slashes in file names. Okay. Restart that. Now, let's distribute some disks. Actually, I'm going to kill the software. Okay. Other drive. Other interface. Boom. And now, okay. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, that one. Top drive is on. Now, middle drive is on. And now, bottom drive is on. Okay. So I can know what the SR order is. I don't know how they're going to get set when I, like, drop it in there, but whatever. Okay. I'm just going to delete everything in the output. Which, here's one of the fun things about this, by the way. We have generated 18 gigs of data today. Oh, yeah. It's so easy to generate so much data while I'm doing this. All right. So here's how this is going to work. I'm going to restart this. All right. I'm going to refresh this page. I'm going to kill this. I'm going to use the triple drive settings file. Now I'm going to refresh this. Boom. We have all 3 drives here. Okay. Nothing in our output queue. So let's copy the multi file. No, wait. We have to load up all the disks. I want them all in there to start with. So Tears of Kingdom 1 in the top. Tears 4 down there. And then Foo Fighters in the bottom. Okay. Why are none of them showing up? Let's just pretend it's not a problem. Okay, I'm just going to copy this file into there. It should find it. It should add 3 things to the queue. Boom. And there it goes. These are probably not going to align with real disks, but it doesn't matter. All right. So we're going to get data going for all of these all at once. Did Music Brains just rate limit me? There we go. All right, we're getting bin Q for color and shape, maybe. Bin Q for talk 1. Okay, nothing for that yet. That's weird. Nothing for talk 4 yet. Oh, there's 4. It's ripping. Color and shape's going. Okay. Talk 4 is stuck in slow land. Color and shape hasn't hit it yet for high speed. Talk 1 is going fast. So let's see if this one picks up here. No. And no. Wait. I think one of the other ones just picked up. So these are about 10 megs apart. Let's see what happens. They're maintaining about 10 megs apart. This one's 150 ahead. There's only so much that I want to thread. And the music brains and ripping are sequential, not parallel. I don't want to thread that. Additionally, the music brains forms a disk ID by reading the sector positions on the disk as well as some other metadata. So it needs direct access to the real original disk in order to do it. So you can't rip and do that without thrashing. Okay, yeah, it's clearly only reading 1 at full speed right now. That's weird. I'm curious if, as Talk 1 finishes, if one of the other ones will pick up. That was 4 times faster, approximately. Okay, so that one's slowing down. See if another one picks up. No. This is going to an NVMe drive, by the way, so the output destination will be fine. Well, that's weird. I wonder if I should try swapping the media with the drives. Oh, gosh, this is awful. I only know for sure that Foo Fighters is good in all drives. Wait, that's not even the one I thought it would be. We didn't move the disk from this drive. So the one that ripped fast last, 4, disk 4, is in this drive, and that's the one that just ripped fast. Nothing changed with this drive. This is ripping multiple disks in full digit quality? Exactly, yes. We're ripping bin queues of multiple disks at once. If you're not aware of what my final goal is here, this is a CD ripping robot. That's an arm that's on servos that can pick up and move disks into 3 optical drives at once. Right now what I'm trying to do is figure out my drive setup for 3 high-speed, high-accuracy drives that I can put into that robot to use for better disk ripping. So that's the objective. I have reverse engineered the driver interface for the robot and can control it all directly. Sanity, I don't want to hear that. Wow, that's so wild that those are going slow. On that though, we could try this. As much as I hate it, let's just try rerunning the exact same test and see if it picks a different thing to be fast. So, bloody screen. This drive, with the exact same disk in it, when it was by itself, ran perfectly fine at full speed. So it can't be metadata, and it can't, it can be bandwidth. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. So the next test after this, if this behaves exactly the same, what I'm going to do next is, well, this might actually be very different because that tray wasn't closed. So that's going to be the last one to start ripping. So this could be interesting. Color in the shape, going slow. Disc 4, going slow. These are SATA over USB 3.0. The drives being stacked on top of each other be causing vibrations between the drives? I mean, I can't say no. The top drive was the one that ripped the fastest, though. So unless they do better with more vibration, I don't think that's going to be it. Okay, all of them are ripping slow right now. I don't know why the top drive is like just chilling. That's so weird. Glue them together for maximal vibration. Yeah, let me go get some of the epoxy. I know someone with one of those vibrating football tables. I can put them all on that too. All right. I want to kill this for now. I want to change how we have everything connected. Okay. There's a bunch of junk around here. Ignoring this, that's the panel adapter thing. Okay, this is a USB 3.0 hub. It's got 4 ports. Has a Type-C connection that I'm going to plug into the computer right now. Let me really quick just do this, LS USB. Okay. B. Then we're going to plug this in. Boop. Okay. A. Diff. A. B. Oh, it didn't show up. What? LS USB. Diff A. Diff AB. Why did it not show up? Hold on. Okay. The message with the sandwich. Oh my gosh. Error. Correctable link. Oh my gosh. Wait, is that this though? USB disconnect. Okay, I unplugged it. Okay. 9545. Plugging it in. Nothing changed. Why does it not even show up? Is this cable bad? Q Weird Al, why does this always happen to me? Let me grab a different C cable down here. I mean, it could be the hub very well. That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out right now. Okay. Host in. Oh, that worked. Maybe it's the cable. Great. Oh. Okay. Let me go grab a different super long USB 3.0 cable. All right. Yay. Yeah, I'm going to plug this one into the front. I don't care anymore. Whatever. I mean, M-Pizzle, you can just get a brand new MX518. I mean, at least of like a year ago. I don't know if they still are producing them. So it's not that impressive. I mean, that is an OG, but, you know. Okay. This, where'd the cable go? the deal with this thing? Oh, you know, that's a pretty long cable. That's the one it came with. You know, let's just use that. Okay. Before I plug it back in, USB disconnect. Okay. And now, what's with the correctable error on... that's weird. Okay. Wait, that's a PCIe correctable error. Oh, I hate that. Whatever. Okay. Plugging it in with its original cable. There it is. Okay. Let's plug all of these into this thing. I'm going to plug them in order of how they're stacked. So, that's the top one. This is the second from the top one. And then this is the bottom one. Boom. Okay. That's a lot of disk drive access sounds. Oh, wait, I think we determined I need to plug power into this thing, too. There. For the SATA adapters. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to unplug and replug the whole hub. How all of your devices are connected together? Yeah, that sounds like it's for nerds, though. So let's just not bother with that yet. Okay. Eject. And that looks correct. Okay. So 2. Okay, that's not the one I would prefer be it, but that's fine. 3. Why not? And 4. Beautiful. I love it. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's try the software again. Okay, we've detected one audio CD. That might help having it actually detect that the discs are, you know, in there. Two out of 3. Can we go for 3 out of 3? But Jake, I don't think you understand how the software works. My software is effectively randomly selecting the drives anyway. Oh, I could, but then it would also, well, actually, I don't know if we can or not. That would be interesting. Oh, it had to really think about that. I think I just heard it spin up. Oh my gosh, why so much like weird sounds? One of these drives is not happy, and I don't know why. There's no real good way for me to tell which it is either. Well, let's just hope for the best. Okay, let's go. Yay! Testing when something's broken. Let's delete all the old outputs. Tell it to just rip everything. Why? No, there's a disk in there, you dirty liar. All right, Majenko, let me take a moment and explain this. Okay. When you're ripping using ripq groups, which is what I'm doing, it builds a list of all of the drives that exist for this setup. It reads through my configuration file that I provide on launch. When it is in the run loop, which never ends currently, it looks for files in this watch folder. When it finds files in there, it reads through those to find each new raw media sample. It then goes through each each drive that is known by the software. If the drive is not running an actual process and is free, it will then assign that drive to that media sample and will then begin ripping using that drive. So, the order in which it assigns a disk to a drive is not guaranteed. I am starting out with all of the disks in the drives already, which is not how you should handle a multi-drive, multi-disk group rip. I'm just doing this because I only want it to rip 3 things at once. I don't actually care about what the output is. Normally, what would happen is you'd get into a situation like this, it would eject the tray, and then it would tell me, put this disk in that drive. If I wanted to, the software would support directly assigning a disk to a drive, but I don't care because it doesn't matter for this test, which is just to rip stuff as fast as possible. Speaking of which, one of these is ripping fast. It's disk 4. The other one, not ripping fast. Where is it ripping fast? It's hard to tell. Yeah, Majenko, that's fine. Then when you're doing your setup, this file, you can set this, instead of using this, set it to use the disk by ID. That's fine. Just in this temporary setup, I don't care. And I've already known about this. I've even said that this was possible at some point. It's just for this test, it does not matter. One of these just... Wait, this one's only 400 megs? Yo, Nintendo, what gives? Why? Also, why is this one ripping so slow? So, what is the status on here? At least this disk is small. Wait, oh, because that, yeah, again, the order doesn't matter. That was color and shape. This is disk 1. Okay. Ugh. Doesn't really matter again. But. Again, individually, every single one of these works great. Put them all together, and then it bogs down. This is weird. Well, that's always been the takeaway, Philip. Optical media is horrible. No, Majenko, I am not. Oh, my gosh. Have fun. Yeah. After we've been having such weird problems with just the disks themselves, I had no doubt that it's not related to the USB bus. This is clearly something related specifically to this. Okay. So, bottom drive is foo color. It was assigned to SR4. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Foo alone. All right? We're going to directly assign this to the bottom drive. After this finishes, we're going to put the color and shape in this drive, and I want to see how it does when nothing else is happening. My software does reach out and grab the track names. There you go. You can see how it works. Kinda. Yes, that's what these Music Brains folders are. These are the raw data return information from Music Brains. Really? The Japanese? Oh, this is... yeah, that actually is Japanese. That makes sense. I thought that was going to be Japanese CDDB for Foo Fighters. But yes, I manually reach out to the Music Brains disk library to query for metadata. Okay. Majenko, I would just start trying to do something that leverages IMDb somehow. I would be a real dirtbag about it, though. I would find a way where I have my own database that just gives you the IMDb ID for the page, and then the user actually has to run the software that scrapes it for the information. All right. I'm going to make these all flat here. I'll widen this camera angle. There we go. All right, so that is bottom drive. Let's start ripping Foo Fighters. Actually, it hasn't found it yet. Why has it not found it yet? That's not going to help. It just stopped trying. Okay, let's just see what happens. Okay, SR4. Foo alone. It found it in there on its own. All right. This is the actual Foo Fighters disc. For the record, this drive just had Tears of the Kingdom 4 in it, which ripped super slow. But it had actual Tears of the Kingdom 4 in it, so that would be this one, which ripped super slow. And it is now, we'll see how quickly it rips. There it goes, full speed. So now if I put Tears 1 into, I don't know which one this actually is. Let's just try this, see if middle is middle. Wow, that's ripping fast. What do you count as raw files, MB? Yes, this is the full fat 9-disc plus USB stick Tears of the Kingdom soundtrack. All right, so that was Tier 1. It is about to start ripping. I'm afraid that Foo alone is about to finish, so this is going to invalidate this test a little bit. Hasn't actually started ripping the Bing Q yet. Whatever the CD had audio stored as, you could access via File Explorer. That does not a thing that exists. So Windows lies to you. There is no such thing as a CDDA file. When you copy that, Windows actually just copies effectively a WAV file by ripping the binary data from the disk. What I can do here, so that Foo Fighters disk that just ejected, Foo alone here, okay? We can take the binary file here, and what we'll do, we'll open Audacity. All right, and we're now going to just file, import raw data. We're going to go to the folder where I have that ripped, archive, 3-drive, output, foo alone, bin queue. We're going to grab the bin file. We're going to tell it that it is 2 channels. It is signed 16-bit. We're going to use the default endianness. The sample rate is 44,100. We import that. And that's it. That is exactly how the audio is stored on a CD. Now, if you extract these files to waves, like this software already does, these end up exactly the same. There is no difference. It's just how the data is packaged for you. So it doesn't matter if you save a bin queue or a wave, but the benefit to storing a bin queue is that you get everything on a disk, kind of, sort of, but not really. So a bin queue is a way of copying all of the data at once. And then I process it after the fact. Okay, so Tiers 1 is ripping super slow. So we're going to not change anything again after this, okay? Change nothing. And then I'm just going to tell it to re-rip this disk again in that drive. And I want to see if it goes fast that time. So for the record, this disk, this drive, fast. That is a good proven pair. Yeah. MB, the real reason, though, that I'm ripping his bin queue is because it doesn't matter. And my goal is to be able to take a stack of random discs that I know are not Blu-rays or HD DVDs, essentially, and stick them in the machine and have it rip them and automatically detect what they are and how to process them. So I can stick in a disk that is just a CD-ROM. It will find the ISO 9660 file system on the disk, copy that to an ISO from the bin queue, and then it will also attempt to extract the files from the ISO. I can put in a CD audio disc like we're doing right now. It will rip that, it will detect that it is CD audio, extract the audio files, and convert those to FLACs that have metadata. So the Foo Alone file here, if we go into the FLAC folder, we'll see is metadataed up Foo Fighters, the color and shape, and then it has all of the file names and everything. I don't try and get album art because that's a lot more complicated and I don't want to deal with that. But I do get the track tiles and stuff. I will handle multi-session discs. So Quake is not multi-session. That is actually a mixed mode disc. That's different. That works just fine. Although the Music Brain's handling for that is a little bit broken. The way that those work is that track 1 is a data track that has the ISO 9660 file system on it. All of the other tracks after that are CD audio tracks. Age of Empires 2 also works this way, but it is slightly different in that they have one audio track that they then use play positions to jump between on that audio track for the different songs on there. So there's only one audio track that has all of the songs. Those are difficult for CD players if the data flag is not set in the subchannel metadata code, and not all CD players even read that or respect it. So that's a little different. But those are very easy to read. PS1 games also use CD audio a lot. Yep. As we saw, the Rampage World Tour has the in-challenge music stored twice as 2 audio tracks for some reason. Could one of the threads be prioritizing bandwidth? First one comes, first served basis. Ooh, that's an interesting theory. Maybe. I could see that. Understanding the issues correctly. 1 disk rips fast, 2 disk rips slow, 3 disks rips even more slowly. I don't know that I would say 3 rips even more slowly. But so far, it seems like only 1 rips at high speed. So, isn't this more load on the CPU the slower it goes? No, but it's also probably not even close to stressing out the CPU, because for the most part, it's just like copying data. There is some conversion, but it's not that hard on it. Additionally, this is like a ridiculous thread ripper, so I have a feeling it's not a problem. It says 6 cores, isn't it like way more? HD CDs. I have no idea what those even are. They're async functions or something weird, I wonder. We are not actually using async. Async is like a nightmare. Dude, this is going so slow. Holy moly. I do want to re-rip the same disk in this same drive, but good grief. This is forever, man. 8C, 16 thread. Okay. Let me do thread ripping, of course, yeah. Yeah, this is part of why I wanted to go USB 3.0 for this exact reason, to just avoid weird bandwidth issues. So this is so confusing.
NEODRAGON 90SICHER 100 tasty cores by your command.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think I said that earlier. Oh, man. All right, so now it's doing the actual data extraction in the background, and it'll eject that disk. And we're just going to turn right around and tell it to do it again. Tier 1 alone. All right. Here, just for... Ooh, you didn't see that. Just for demonstration purposes, I'm not going to close that tray, and you'll see how this works. So, start rip. All right. It submitted that job to the queue. Here it is, tier 1 alone. It was assigned to this drive, and it's telling me, hey, dummy, put the disk in the drive. So now I close that drive, and it will find that disk. We can go up here. We can see this drive was requesting this media. And then if you hover over it, please insert tier 1 alone into dev SR3. So yeah, so I'd say the same thing. Just one disk, pretty simple. Apparently, Your Honor, yeah. Try running the rip commands manually in 3 shells. That's a good idea. Yeah, we can try that in a moment. Let me see what this does like this first, and then we'll try that. I think that's good. So let's see if this picks up speed, and then we'll try 3 CDRDAO commands by themselves. Fast. It's going fast. Same disk, same drive. Discovered your content the other day. I literally stayed up till 5 a.m. to chat on these streams. Oh, well, thank you. Love the stuff you're doing. Keep it up. Thank you. HD CDs were encoded slightly differently, increased dynamic range, playable in normal CD players. That sounds like it's not going to fall under the scope of this then. You're going to have to run it through some post-processing thing. Basically, you have a different RIAA curve for the CDs. So yeah, that's going to be a totally different thing. Pains of living down under. Yeah, you have it the worst. I tried to... So I stream at a slightly weird time for an American. I stream fairly early during the day because I stream for what is late in Europe and what is like midday to early afternoon in the United States because I'm trying to capture as much audience as possible in that way. But yeah, that totally screws Australia. There's no way around that. All right, so 2, 3, and then 2, 3, and 2, 3, 4. Okay. But what I'm going to do is put an ampersand after all of these so that it just does whatever it's going to do. Feeling you have more European viewers than American? I think you are right. Rip all.sh. Okay. It's a great time for me in California on weekends. See, it feels like a good time for both. All right, this should be done fairly quickly. Literally as I was saying it, it finished. Okay. All right. So we'll kill this after it finishes whatever it's doing. That way I just know the drives are all in a good state. Let me put this back in here. We haven't tested that disk rips correctly in that drive yet, but I'm sure it's fine. And then we'll rip them all. Hey. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, hold on. chmod plus x, rip them all. Okay. I'm gonna wait for it to stop making stupid seeking sounds. So it's this Asus drive that's doing that on the Anker adapter. It should have no problems with this disk. You know what? I'm going to swap this one. If it makes the sound. I'm going to swap this and this one. Come on. Hurry up. You know what else I'm going to do? I'm just going to unplug and replug the whole hub. Turn off all power supplies. Unplug this power connector. Okay. Hub power. You saw it try to close the tray there. It couldn't quite make it. Okay. Everything is replugged. I'm going to eject that. Like I said, I'm going to swap these two. All right. We'll try that. I would appreciate stream start earlier on Saturday and Sunday. Earlier for me doesn't really work, unfortunately. How many would the robot arm holds 3? That's a 3-drive tower that it controls. So that's why I'm going with 3 drives. If it was a 4-drive tower, I'd be trying 4 drives.
Oraku says CHER
It's still this drive having
100
issues.
earlier requires too much coffee. End of line.
Okay, different idea. Unplugging USB, turning off power, turning off USB power. I'm going to try swapping the SATA interfaces between this drive and that drive. Okay. Power, power, data. It's still that drive. Okay, it looks like I'm ordering more Asus drives. Yeah, I saw the Star Trek game. I don't really care. Voyager is my favorite Star Trek. I don't care. Does USB protocol have some kind of priority per channel setting? Oh, not that I'm aware of. Not that I can know about. What do you mean, no? Yeah, there's something funky going on with that drive. Voyager is right near the bottom? Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? The captain who saw Nebula and their first priority was, that's my kind of captain. DS9, that's the least Star Trek, Star Trek. Yes, I have seen the DS9 documentary. It didn't change my mind. All right, I'm just going to try the rip script. I have a feeling that this drive's not going to work, and I don't know why. You know what? I have one more idea. I'm going to turn off everything. I am just going to unplug this drive and the other drive. So now the only one plugged in is this one, and let's see what happens then. Okay, plugging it in to data, and it works just fine. Yeah, it sounded weird, but hey, when I don't plug it in with the other ones, it's perfectly fine. What? All right, Matrox, I'm starting to agree with you. Disk drives are cursed. This is terrible. Why? Why is it like this? Just so I don't have to hear you guys speculate about it, fine, I will dampen them all. Here is your isolation. No more. Oh, hey, there's the blue tape. I was looking for that. You have a powered USB 3 hub? That's what they're plugged into. And that one gets the most isolation. Okay, let's plug them in one at a time now and see what happens. Uh-huh. And now that one has started it up again. And now it's good. Okay, plugging in this one. And these two both had to recycle. And that one's stuck. Dude, does this hub just suck? The hub has a separate USB input for more power. The only thing it's powering is the logic chips on the adapters, because the drives all get the bulk power from their dedicated 12-volt power supplies. Yeah, Alex, in theory, that's nice. In practice, do you like the cables on the adapters are like this long? They're meant to go next to a laptop on a table so that you can rip your family photo CD that you got from Walgreens a decade ago and then throw it all away after. That it's not meant to, for like a good setup. So you're saying it could still be browning them out? Ah. I mean, let's see. This one is for USB 1.5 amps on power. I feel like that's not impossible, though. It should be okay. So the other one should be the same, so that's 3 amps. And then this one is 2 amps. Okay, so we're at 5 amps of 5 volt, 25 watts. Holy moly. I should have a 100-watt USB-C power supply in here. I don't know that I'll actually work with that hub. I don't know how much just straight up 5 volts it outputs. I'm also not 100% sure that it's actually in here, so let's find out. There it is. Okay, so 100-watt GAN power supply. Let's try plugging that in. See if it says how much it outputs in just raw 5. Only 3 amps. How? I can't. It's not possible to use external power. Go ahead and look on Amazon, eBay, what have you, to see if you can find a USB SATA adapter that doesn't also have a solid connector that plugs into SATA and power at once. Doesn't exist. Can't buy it anymore. All right, let me see this. Yeah, extension cable. Yeah, that Majenko I know. Yes, that is an option. Fun fact, I went into Fry's Electronics sometime with someone who needed one of those, and we asked the Fry's Electronics rep for it, and he looked at us like we were trying to commit some kind of computer sin. It was great. That was to plug a larger, like 2 terabyte hard drive into a PlayStation 3 for reasons. And we ended up finding one, and it worked great. Okay. So all 3 drives here have SATA adapters that plug in like this. Power, data. It is impossible for me to separate these. Not even sure I could get a SATA extension cable on that. The only way we could test this with all 3 drives ripping at once, it seems right now, is to just put a motherboard in there and build a whole computer with SATA. Yeah, I don't know why these are so expensive for just a box. Because, like, I want a stack of these for putting floppy drives in. But no, I'm not paying $80 each when it, it's all said and done. Pie with a SATA hat, again, it's not solving the problem that I want to solve. I have no idea why that thing's blinking. How's the audio been, by the way, since the mic's been off of me? Schmide. Every single one of these has 12 volt coming into them. They're all like that. 12 volt doesn't help with the 5 volt. They just pass through the 5 volt direct from the computer. I didn't ask about the camera. I said I knew the camera was flashing, and I don't know why. That's all right, Schmide. It's just there's juggling too many annoying technical problems right now. Yeah, so they don't take the 12 volt and make 5 volt from it. They just pass it through directly. Which is probably what this hub is doing too. I bet this hub just passes through whatever 5 volt. Try the 3 amp and see if it's enough. I could. I mean, there's nothing to lose from doing it. Yeah, we can try that.
CHEER 100 too many annoying technical problems is yet another name for chat. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Audio is great. 1 out of 3 times. Did those connectors come with the robot? No, the robot is IDE. For the Europeans out there, I won't show you what cursed things I'm doing with this power strip over here to plug everything in. Just pretend it's all totally well isolated and protected from each other and all that fun stuff. All right, first off, let's see if this explodes when I plug this in. Okay, good, it didn't. It says very, very strongly wordedly on there, only plug it into a 5 volt power supply, and I didn't know if it was going to like fail to negotiate USB PD or something. Host supply, not a 5 volt brick. I'm not sure what you mean. Something like this plus PSU. Hold on. Yeah, so you find me a SATA controller that's PCIe, because guess what that weird M.2 looking adapter thing they got is on there. You find me a SATA PCIe adapter that has 5 SATA ports, and I'll show you one that's actually 4 SATA ports that has a SATA multiplexer in it. And that they don't work with Linux. All right, drive 1. Our room is running off. Only 2 sockets in it in the UK. You cannot be doing anything more, Jake, than I'm doing right now. Standard American electrical things are happening. Okay. Here we go. Drive 2. All right. Ooh, 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 ooh. Monkey. No. This would be a fun time to pull out the Type-C power USB sniffer thing that I've literally never used once. Where did I put it? Dude, I really want to kill that thing, don't I? Okay, here we go. This is it. Yeah! Okay, so we put this in between and we can see how much power everything's trying to draw, or is drawing, or whatever. So, Type-C in, and then, okay. Really? Okay, that's weird. And then Type-C out. There we go. I guess it needed a full circle. So we got USB meter. Okay. We got 5 volts. It shows none amps. So here we go. It's I don't know why it's showing like no power. That's a little weird. Let me plug in the last drive. Four volts? That could be an issue. We may have found why it's failing. I don't know why we're not seeing any current draw, but if it's dropping down to 4 volts, And night night. Yeah, Hellencroft, yeah. Yeah, I could. Queen. I don't think this is a fault of that hub. I think this is just too much power to pull through it. I mean, actually, it should be able to do 2 amps on each port. That's part of the USB 3.0 spec, right? Or am I crazy? I forget. We've argued about this before. What is the 3.0 power output spec? It's not 500 milliamps still, is it? Two amp. Okay, that's what I thought. Speaking of USB power, I have one idea for how to maybe make it stop blinking. Okay. That camera is plugged into an HDMI splitter. I just rebooted it, so we'll see if that's... USB 3 is 900 milliamps? Okay, so I can't blame the hub then. I think the hub is not passing that much power through. I don't do enough USB sniffing stuff that really need it. How do we proceed? Wow, this sucks. So USB SATA is just not an option. It's not an option. Because they're all going to try and pull the power from the USB port. Or I have to hack some kind of monster hub power solution. Huh. Is that micro USB? Monsters. Or is that Type-C? Might be Type-C. Optional USB power. Gotta be honest. I would really just like to find one that's just the data port. Why is everything gotta be such a pain in the butt with this? Philip, can you link it again? Because my chat history doesn't go that far back on my viewer. So here's the real problem we're gonna have. Anything that is an all-in-one adapter like this, where it combines data and power with 5 volt, unless it's like this one, is going to be reliant on pulling the 5 volt power from the USB port. So this would work. I would need some kind of sketchy 5 volt power supply thing. Whoa. Okay. That is weird. Is there any kind of... Yeah, I'm looking at that right now, Helen Croft. Is there any kind of query you use to find that specifically? USB SATA socket. Yeah, that did bring that up pretty quickly. Yeah, it's the only one like that. I was hoping there was be one that I could like shell them out like $5 more and then get them before stream tomorrow, but they will probably be delivered after stream tomorrow. All right, well, let's go this route then. I'm going to order those. I'm just going to return all of the other things. I guess. I mean, maybe I'll keep them. They're not bad. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't want to build a whole computer into it. I want it to be externally controllable. Order placed. Top review mentioned using it for an optical drive. Yeah, but all of this stuff also all mentioned using it for optical drives, but clearly power was the problem. Okay, they are on their way. All right. So this problem, put a pin in it. Nothing more that can be done with that right now. So let's turn our attention to something else.
100, there's using it for optical drives, and using it for optical drives shall be style. End of line.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I guess this USB hub might still be useful. I was going to say, I always wanted one of these ones that just like clamps onto the disk, but I never had a justification for buying it. But actually, it still might go in there. One of the nice things about this one is that the USB ports are really far apart as well. They're not all like crammed up against each other. So those adapters will probably fit on here just fine still. So that's still a viable USB hub for this. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, old one. No need to spend the money if you don't need to. All right, I'm going to put this back on and just hope that it was the switch that was bad. Not rip the plastic cases off. I mean, I could. It's not like there aren't other exposed pieces of electronics in there. All right, time for a thing. Let's change course since we, ran aground on the last thing. Insert other boating reference. Okay, so this is an actual prolific, or is it FTDI? No, it's FTDI brand USB RS-232 adapter. And plug. Let's find out what happens. Because I have no clue. I'm going to unplug the USB. Oh, actually, I need all that. Never mind. I'm going to leave that in there. Good connector. That totally didn't remove the shell. Okay. So we're going to plug that in. Then I'm going to put power to this. And we're going to plug this into the computer and see if we can directly control the robot via this. And what kind of setup stuff we have to need or use. So, man, there's like a lot of stuff over here now. Let me just slide this over. Totally normal things happening. Okay, will this reach? No, but somebody just so happens to have a hub for that. Okay. So, power, and plug the data one in over here. Data. Okay, so serial port. Boom. I'm going to grab a different, or a USB-B cable, because we still need to be able to connect to the drives. And then we'll see if we are going to be clear to replace the USB serial interface. It will be so nice if this works. So nice. It's going to be way easier. All right. Now for power. Here we go. Okay, nothing exploded. I like it when that happens. All right, just a test. Good, that doesn't hit anything. Okay. Now, let's go back to this. We can just close that for now. Ugh. Close that. Open this. I don't remember the episode too clearly, but there's even a chance that it was a diesel and it didn't even use like real electronics. Okay. LS, dev, TTY. We should have. Why are there 100 options for that? TTYU. Yeah, we have 2. Okay. How do we know which is which? I mean, I guess we can just run the thing twice. Okay, let's try it with 0, and then we'll try it with 1. Python 3 auto publisher ls. Here we go. So with 0, does it respond? It indeed does. That means it just worked. That's working with the prolific USB adapter, or the FTDI. It's working direct. It works. Like, mission accomplished. That's... It's so easy. That was too easy. Okay, well, now what? No time to celebrate yet. That was the test. I thought we might have to do more, but no, it just works. Okay. Did we do software dev from here, I guess? Verify the power levels. That's not what we're doing right now. But I'm saying there's no bearing. There's nothing to test on that. That means anything. Dev serial, yeah. Well, I don't need it to be a 5 CD tower. I'm good with 3. If I really wanted to, I might be able to make it 4. But I don't need it. 3 is fine. No, it's always going to be web. There will never be a local GUI because the idea is for someone to be able to put a Raspberry Pi in a box and then just connect to it over the network. There is no reason to ever make a local GUI if I'm also going to make a web GUI. Because you need it for the challenge. I've made C++ Qt GUIs before. Done. I don't need the challenge. Why is DirectF TDI better use the built-in serial interface? Because we're trying. So, what did you see from today, G-Pin? Here, I'll just give you the rundown. I don't want to use those drives. Those drives are IDE. So I want to use drives like these, or at least 2 of these drives, which are SATA. But it turns out these SATA USB adapters are hungry hippos for 5-volt power. And I literally cannot provide enough power to those. So I just ordered some different USB SATA adapters that are data only. And then I will use the internal ATX power supply in that to provide power directly to the drives through SATA adapters. I hope I have enough of those. Let me just go look real quick. How many Molex to SATA power adapters do I have? Ugh, disgusting. I have a keyboard case that went on a Nexus 7, and it had a rubber coating on the back, and I'll let you fill in the rest. All right, I found one. Why is there the front bezel of an Xbox here for the tray? That's weird. Okay, I don't like that there's only one in that bin. That's not good. But I'm not down and out yet. One. Oh, that's not good. I thought there was going to be a lot in that. I might be ordering Molex to SATA adapters. That's a SATA or Molex splitter. Rut-row, Raggy! Where might these be hiding? Oh my gosh. So, every single time I bought hard drives for my server, the seller would include these adapters because the hard drives are shucked Western Digital ones that have... Found one more. that have the standby pin. And the cheeky way to not have the drive spin down is to use a Molex to SATA power adapter, so you don't send 3.3 volts into the standby pin. So that was their workaround to avoid customers returning these drives. So I should have a bunch of them, but they got all just thrown to the wind because, like, when do I need those? Oh my gosh, it's my Shure microphones from when I was recording in stereo. I miss those days. No one else liked that, though. Oh, score a double! All right, we're good. I have 4 possible adapters now. Alrighty. I have this wicked sweet 2-plug one, that one, and this one. So now we have all the options we need. Okay. Whew! Hey, Charles. All right. So now the serial interface reasoning. Yes, we're going with the USB SATA adapters. The serial port that it came with, the USB one, is on the USB IDE adapter board. They made a custom board that has the USB serial chip, the USB IDE chips, and the USB hub that connects all of them together in one PCB. So I don't want to use that PCB at all, which means I need a different USB to serial adapter. There you go. Okay. What do we do now? Do you want to work on the software that controls the logic for, like, loading and unloading multiple disks at once? Because, like, there's literally nothing else we can do right now. If we're going to do that, I think I should put this back together normally, and then we should just pull it back over and then load it up a disk and do the testing. Man, I didn't think optical drives were going to use so much power. Stupid mechanical things needing to, like, do work.
JEPIN 247 SICHER 100. At least my question prompted you to look for the adapters you needed. End of line.
Yes, that was good, actually, because I had not considered that until just now. So I do appreciate that, and thank you for the 100 bits. Hack some USB cables to inject 5 volts. I gotta be honest, I really don't want to try and, like, string a whole bunch of 5-volt power supplies together for this thing. And my bench power supplies max out at 2 amps each. We're talking some real serious power here. So I don't want to deal with it. It's too much hacky, weird wiring for something that we can just wait to avoid doing. So yeah, let's go ahead and just work on the software side. Which, you know, tons of power to, just more 12, less 5. I suppose, yes. Yeah. All right, let's put it back together. We're going to go ahead and use the internal serial port for now. Although I kind of don't want to put it back together. Because there's a lot of screws. Like, so many screws. Let me just get a little more stable on here, and then we'll just continue. There. That'll work. All right, let me load it up with hoppers. Unfortunately,
100 has subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 8 months. End of line.
John Lego 100, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 8 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, like, peak power draw will be while writing DVD, reading, using nowhere near the quoted. Yeah, until I load it up with disks all at once and then it's trying to spin up all the drives. So actually, you know what? You might be wrong, Majenko. Because it can spin the drives faster while reading than it can writing. So I don't know. I don't know if the drives are doing more processing while they're writing. I can't imagine that the laser actually uses that much power, so I don't think it's going to be the laser that causes them to use more power.
GOGOGADGET 360 SIZCHER 100T. Towards the replacement drive coming from Epe right now. Hopefully it will arrive instead of the shipping train reaching the end of line.
Wait,
Topaz
is
says
it?
CORGO 100 end of line.
The trays are definitely 12 volt. I don't know if the drive motors are. Are we certain it's a brownout issue? I literally measured USB voltage going into them, dipping down to 4 volts, and then it browned out my USB power meter. Yeah, it's a brownout issue. All right. Gogo Gadget, thank you for the 100 bits, and DDO Paz, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. So this all works, right? Like, we can do all the things we want to do. I know how to send it all the commands. Let's figure out how we want to integrate this. So let's start out by looking at this one. So we get data that is load, drive.
GOGOGADGET 360 SIZCHER 100. If part of it is 5 volts and part of it is 12 volts, just do all of it 8.5 volts. That's just GOGOGA 8 science and GOGOGA 8 .net. I promise it will not send your drive to the end of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Gogo Gadget. Okay. So we tell it load, drive, okay. And that's all it will get. That's fine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start out by assuming that when the machine first boots, that it will pull from the frontmost hopper. All right, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, okay? We're always going to load from the front, unload to the back. But the way that's going to work is going to be kind of weird, because we're going to empty this one, and then we'll pull from this one, but then this one will be empty, so it'll be taking from this and putting into there. So what we should actually assume is we're loading to 1, and then -1 wrap to 3. That's what we need to do. So let's start out by adding a config value. Yes, bin. This will be our config value to start with. Oh, that's right. I forgot there's a problem here. Okay, so this config data value, there is a function that this imports from all the way back up here. Config or direct config. Either one of these will run. So what happens here is it receives configuration data, and then it goes through every key in this data that it is sent, and if the key exists, okay, if key in data, I think it should use this one actually. If the key is in there, then it on itself updates its configuration to this. Now, the way that this software works, it is not possible to run a long form process for the machine that can be constantly managing it. So everything is going to have to be threaded that accesses it. And we have to store data between calls and in or more accurately, between instantiations of this. So, the bin that we are currently working with needs to be saved. So, I am going to do this. Cross instance data. Okay, so let's just call this instance data. In this, we need load, or bin underscore load. And that will start out as whatever config data is, but we'll just do that for that right now. Okay. I've been looking for an old 3-quarter NAS motherboard with USB, then use extension leads. I really don't want to have to build a computer into it. I just want it to be USB. That's the thing. Because I could do what everyone was trying to recommend earlier and get a Raspberry Pi hat that has SATA and then just use that, but I don't want that. I want this to just be USB like it was before. I want to be able to use whatever computer I want that just runs up and plugs into it. They make these that had computers in them, and that works fine, especially when you're using it for disk duplication, because you can just upload an ISO, click make a bunch, and then it does it. But for this, I want the ability to just plug it into whatever. So, or what did you do with Shelby? In the end, I'm probably going to stick a Raspberry Pi in it. Don't get me wrong. That's what is ultimately going to happen. But I think for development, compatibility, and just sanity, it's going to make the most sense to just leave it as USB up until I don't want to anymore. Anyway, here we go. It's more off the shelf. Yeah, it just makes it simpler. Okay, so we got bin load and we're gonna have bin unload. All right, so we need those. Bin unload could be just calculated, but we'll just do that every single time. Will you use the powered USB hub? There's going to be a lot of stuff in there. The powered USB hub will be in there, but the poweredness won't matter, actually. But I will probably make an adapter that powers the USB hub off of the ATX power supply in there. So we'll need a Type-C cable that I don't care that much about that I go snip on. And I probably have a bunch of those. Actually, I probably have the other end of the one that I cut to make the cable that's powering the microphone that I'm using right now. So it's probably just somewhere on my workbench over there. Technically, think of that as hopper. I don't know if I should be naming these hopper or not. Internally, it wants to call them bins. But I'm talking about these. This is a bin that holds CDs. They call them bins, they call them spindles. I'm the only one who calls them hoppers. But spindles doesn't make sense for this model. So that feels disingenuous. The only spindle is this one. Yeah, third usage, I know, right? It's awful. A receptacle? I don't want to have to remember how to spell that. Okay. Anyway, instance data. Okay, so we will... USB, serial port, that probably needs to be in there. So let's go with serial port. Actually, just all of it. I forgot about this, the cal data. So, in this software, there are two kinds of files that are used to set up your RIP. One file is meant to be per sample. So when you start ripping something, let me just run the software here really quick. When you run the software, of course, you wouldn't open it in the last Firefox window that I had open. You have all of these config options that you can fill in. And these include the ability to select a format for the grease weasel. If you know you're ripping multiple disk formats sequentially, you need to be able to change the disk format for each sample as you're ripping them. So these settings must be configured per sample. But there are also settings that need to be configured per runtime. And those go into the settings file here. There currently isn't a means for sending the settings file to the controllers, though. At least I don't think. Hold on. Wait, am I inlining? Or how am I handling this? I might, you know what? I might be adding the settings to the config options. Let's look at the media reader. Hold on. Settings. Config data, settings, FIFO. Oh, okay. Config submit. Ah, all right. Perfect. I do that. Okay. Never mind. Problem solved. We can add settings. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, we get to abuse that a lot. Okay. This is a lot complicated. So currently, the settings, are they hard-coded? They might be hard-coded, now that I think about it. Okay. The config data is handled, I don't want to, like, pat myself on the back here, but it's handled extremely smartly. Every single thing that runs that uses config data, so if we look at the media ripper stuff here, we can go to media manager. There is a function in here called config dump. And what this does is it goes through all of the config options, which are specified, the media types here. It goes through all of the media types that are instantiated in this as a default option. And it will dump the data, the config data for these. And when you do that, you can then export the config data into a local file to work on. So if I go here, disk rip, -c, do not provide a data name. I can do config.json, and then we get the config file that we can open with Kate, I guess. Well, that was wrong. Hold on. -f. There we go. Now we can open this, reload, and do we not pass? Oh, there's a separate config dump option. That's right. Hold on. Config dump. There we go. Reload. Boom. Okay, there we go. This gets us every option that you can configure in this. But these are the ephemeral options that are handled per sample. The settings do not have this. I'm hard coding them in the main executable. I don't think I want to try and set that up for the settings, or maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I should. It's going to be a pain in the butt. But for right now, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to add a controller thing here for the Auto Publisher LS. Oh, yeah, we can oh my gosh. I could copy so much homework from the Robo Racer. Initialize. This does not get the settings. We passed the settings. When are we configuring this? Config data. Oh, we just call config and then it does it. And then serial port. Hold on. When is that being set? Is this never using this? I don't think it's using it. Serial port none. No, it has to be using it. I'm so confused. Where is... What? Okay, I don't know how my code's working. One moment. I gotta figure this out. So serial port is somehow stored in the settings. And that gets through to there. Oh my gosh, I wish I had a step debugger for Python so badly. I think I've tried using whatever the like Google it and it's the first hit Eclipse IDE for Python and it just sucks. I kind of really wish I had a good Python debugger right now. This is when I miss C++. But this stuff is so much file manipulation, C++ would be a nightmare. This is firmly a Python level project. Where is that being set? Okay, let's look at handler. Hold on. Config. If config data settings output equal that, no. Config direct. Could it be running config direct? Media reader. Config data settings. Config. Yeah, the breakpoint thing, I've been told about that before. It doesn't work because of how threaded this is, unfortunately.
Loving it with him has subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 22 months. End of line.
Let me 2 times. Thank you for the Prime sub there and for 22 months. I appreciate that. All right. Not a fan of Eclipse. Haven't used it in years though. Maybe it's gotten better. Pretty sure it's still based on Java or whatever and has GTK2 user interface. So no. Okay, we get the media handler. That's not the no, that would be the controller. Okay, so set controller. Oh, we configure the controller beforehand. Controller, or no, handler, rip, controller none. Okay, hold on, controller. Okay, controllers group, controller. Okay, hold on, config submit. Wait a minute, how are the controllers handled? Controllers, okay. Config direct, config. Oh. Okay. So it is just sent as the config, and it's using config direct. Okay. So the serial port would be fine. We don't need to track. Well, we can't rely on the bin in that. Yeah, we can't rely on the bin in that. Okay. That's why I had to add config direct. Okay. So serial port, that can be fine. Bin, we should, I mean, we can, when is it? We configure it, then we initialize it. Okay. So we'll do, during the initialize, setup bin order stuff. And then this we can't do anymore. We're going to have to do a serial with open every single time. Which is going to be fun. Okay, so serial port gets set. The drives will get set. Everything else I think is good. Cal is fine. Okay. I don't like that Cal's in the config data. No, it's in the settings. That's perfect. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting. Okay, there is nothing that needs to be configured about this per sample. Yeah, no. So this is all fine. Okay. Blah. Sorry. We're good. Okay. I do need one more thing. Tray angle. And this is -125. Because I kind of forgot about that one. Okay. Okay. I'm going to be lazy here. Not manager, not handler, disk grip. Okay. So let's do that. Boom. Okay. Wait, I need to set it up as a controller. Hold on, what on earth did I just paste in? Okay, I have to actually think about this for a second, sorry. Like, this is one of those things where I'm defining the structure of the code. So this will match this, auto publisher ls. And then we have all of the configuration values. I don't want that. How's the PSU in the robot? If it's from the capacitor plug area, it might be better off replacing it. Yeah, I can replace it. That's like a low priority thing. It's very, very simple to replace too. This is from 2007, like a little bit after the Cat Plague era, but it may have been like kicking around old caps. I don't know. So far it's been fine, but if it ever croaks, then I don't need to worry about it. Oh, also it's just an ATX power supply, just to be clear. So when it fails, I'll just, you know, get an ATX power supply. It's gonna be really easy. I'm not worried about it at all. Are we good now? Oh, that's unfortunate, Diego. I don't know what those go for on eBay. You might be better off just replacing it rather than trying to repair it. Because they kind of made a lot of them. But they made a lot of C64s and those sell for stupid money, so who knows. Well, those are 2004, Diego, so they're a little earlier than this. Okay. So we know that that data will be loaded when it is initialized. But for right now, we'll just start out with default data. And we're going to continue running this direct. We don't really need to do much else. We're manually setting config data. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right, let's work on this some more here. Okay. So under here, we will have self-config data bin be this. And then we will have bin three if that minus 1 equals 0, else that minus 1. Okay. So if it's 1 minus 0, it becomes 3. That's our wrap. And if it's 2, it would be 1. Okay, that's correct. We're going to work counterclockwise through the bins. You know what? I'm just going to make a quick function. Def set bin self bin number bin bin bin, and then self dot set bin self config bin. Boom. Because then later we're gonna have during the load, all right, there's going to be a stage where it tries to do a load command. I guess we don't have that yet, where it's going to return an error because there's no disk in the hopper. And then what we need to do is have it then increment the hopper ID that it's trying to read from, because we'll assume that the hopper that it's trying to read from is empty and that it should move on to the next hopper. So we will increment it as a function, and then it will rerun the load command, which will read the current bin as the destination. So for right now, we won't have the test thing, but we'll see. Okay. This is a list. Okay. Yeah, this unfortunately does have to manage opening and closing the trays too, which sucks, but whatever. Okay. There's a command for unload. There is no command for load yet. Okay, cross and spin order. Okay, so that gets set from there. It's not saved yet. We'll do that later. Save instance data to JSON to do. Okay. Well, we will need to redo this. Okay. What I want to do next is I want to go through every single instance where I run a direct command like this, and I want to replace it with, like this, I should say. I want to replace it with one of these. So this is up here. Wait, what? Did I deselect it? I did deselect it. Okay. CD 101 is clear alarm. Okay. So get rid of this. Grab this. Stick it there. Clear alarm. Okay. This is end calibration. There's cal in it and then cal end, so we need cal end. That's 103. here. Where's the cal doodads? That's send command, initialize. Okay, cal end. Wait, we got a 501. Hold on, 50. You know what? Let me just bring up the wiki. Let's do it this way. Okay, 5. C501 turns on stepper motors. Okay, do we have a stepper on? Stepper on. Oh, we already had cal command as a command. Or cal end as a command. Okay, so stepper on. And then stepper on. This is clear alarm. Clear alarm. Turns after returning your laptop for the Twitch player having crashed. That sounds like the Twitch player. Repairing is better, Diego. I don't know what it's like in there. Okay, so C502, I have no idea what this does, and we don't actually need it. It turns out if you just remove this from the initialization process, it doesn't actually change anything. So I have no idea what this command does. I'm going to remove it for right now just to see if we can keep on going without it. Okay. This is some kind of wonky move command. Oh, that's right. I was trying to test if the number section here would actually tell it to move a specific number of steps. It does not. Okay, so we can actually clean out all of that. That's all fine. I think closing all the trays is good for the initialization. All right. Param02 D1 in cal test. Else already called. Okay, so the way that the cal test works, that is cal test. Where is it doing it? What? Do I now have a command called cal test? Oh, wait, yeah, init2. Okay, so init2 here. We read from we read from 9.1, which is one of the calibration values here. So, that's this. And then we read from 9.2. And I don't actually know exactly what this is, so we read value 9 from this cal data, and somehow specifying these does something during the cal read, and I have no idea what that does. We know... Actually, I don't think I have the return value saved on this. If I run this... Okay, hold on. What's going on? So we run this, we get param D4 and then param something D3. Okay, why are we getting errors here? Well, that's curious. It just worked. Why is it erroring now? There you go. All right, see you later, MB. We only have 45 minutes left, so you won't have too much more to catch up on later. Why is that erroring? What happened? Maybe that one command does do something. Let's find out. Although it shouldn't have tried to send the cal data. It was already configured. It returned 2D3. If 2D3 sending cal. Yeah, why did it try to do calibration? Print sending cal. It shouldn't have. Oh, wait, it got stuck in some kind of loop trying to clear the alarm. Wait, what? Clear alarm. Yeah. What did I break? Send init1, init2, and clear alarm. Uh-oh. now it's trying to do set bin. What, set bin's not even being called. Oh wait, it is being called during init. Well, we can't pass self. I have no idea what just happened, what that last execution was. Maybe I didn't save it or something. Okay, some wonky's happening. 2D3. If 2D1 is in the result of init2, then... And we're not printing that value either. What is going on? It's getting stuck on this. Why? So before I was sending C1D1. Clear alarm. C1D1. Why is this not working? We're getting error 02. So what's happening is we're trying to clear the alarm and we're using send command. And then I think we're getting a stack error where it calls itself again and then sends the same thing. So what I think I need to do is shortcut this and just send that directly and not have it effectively be recursive by accident. Gotta go. All right. See you, Dutch Black Cat. I know we're into the more riveting part of this now. Okay, let's see what happens. Ah, weird. That's strange. Assuming error. Okay. Why did we error so much? Why do we keep getting errors for clear alarm? If E0 not in response. Maybe clear alarm returns E2 when there isn't an error. And this not in response. Yeah, error, no error found. Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering if that's it. So what is that? You know, we got a lot of broken stuff in here that I should probably remove. I don't want this. Maybe we just get rid of this. We'll add like a different error handling or something. I don't know. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, that behaves more sanely. All right, so we set up the bin. We do the bad serial initialization that we have to get rid of. Yeah, I think we move this to send command, unfortunately. And we should just get rid of this. Self.sir. Actually, we'll do a replace. With just sir. Replace all. Okay. And then I believe it's serial close. Serial.close. So I think we can run this as is. Why is that acting so weird? Oh my gosh, it takes so much longer when it opens and closes it for every command. Oh, because there's the timeout. Let's get rid of the 1 second timeout. That's what the problem is. You know what? We'll just hope that it doesn't need that. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So that is the serial port setup. Now, unfortunately, for these also need the serial port setup. So let's do this and do this. And I think that will be good. Sir.write. Okay. So this is in command send. That's fine.
With
command
Prime.
send.
They've subscribed for 10 months. End of line.
Snowboard Monkey, thank you for the Prime sub there and for 10 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So the hybrid commands, sequential commands, I don't know what to call these. These are the weird ones that have multiple subcommands built in that have different stages of the command. These ones have to manage the serial writing themselves. Everything else is fine now. Okay, so that fixed that. So serial is now only opened when necessary. And I just have to remember to maintain that. Okay, let's go through and continue eliminating the commands that have raw commands in them instead of the aliased commands. That way I can stop wondering what all the numbers mean. Okay, all done. Removing disk. Drive was empty, disk removed. Okay, so we get rid of that and we replace it with, actually I need this. Command clear alarm. And we clear the alarm here. Because that has the serial open already. We need to not call the send command within one of the hybrid wrapped ones, because those are managing the serial port themselves, so they have to send the clear alarm directly. Okay, this one sends unload, the normal unload, has no other weird commands, so that's fine. Okay, and that's all of them. They're all good now. Okay, so we still aren't sending weird stepper or calibration management thing, so that's fine. Okay. So, I want to be able to run a load command from here. So, logic. Find which bin has new media internally tracked. So, this will be load underscore bin equals, this will be the instance data. Instance data, self.instance data, bin load. Okay, let's just call it bin load to match. Bin load. To do read instance data from JSON to do if device get status from JSON. Hold on. If, or hold on. Let's call this active equals false. If false, or if active. Ooh. Maybe it'll work. So what this is doing, let me explain this. So we're going to wait if the arm is loading something else, is doing another task, which will be tracked by storing that in the... Did bypassing USB serial board work? We're currently bypassing the serial port on it, so that works. We're not using external IDE to USB adapters. We're using the internal one. We can't use the SATA ones because the SATA drives use too much power. So I have different SATA adapters on the way that allow us to inject power directly. So we'll see later. But yeah, we are bypassing the serial port, which is the main thing, because everything else is easy to manage. So if active, time, sleep, 1. It waits 1 second, and then reload JSON data to do. Because we're not getting to this today, probably. But that's the basic logic. Okay, then once it's clear for this job to start, this will be the bin that we load from. Then we have to determine the drive. So this is going to pass the raw drive path. So let's do one of them things where I don't know Python like the back of my hand, but I know I can just look this up. Python get key. Sure, key for item in list. No, not a dictionary. I just have a list and I need to get the key. No, just a list. Get index. List index. What on earth is that? Oh, index bat. Oh my gosh, that couldn't be much easier. Holy moly. Okay, config data drives. So actually, self config data drives index drive drive load. Okay. Check if the tray was left open, internally tracked. Now let's do this. Instance equals this. Instance active equal false, and then this will be instance drive equal false. You know what, we'll just leave that for now. No, we'll try, actually we'll do this. Oh my gosh. If, not of, if instance drive. Okay, if it's true, then that means it needs to be opened, and we will do self dot drive tray open. Does that do the number? I think it uses the number, right? Yeah. Wait, drive +1? Ooh, it does need to be +1. Index +1. Okay. Close all other trays if open. How do I... For I in... Python for loop. That's right. It's always wonky in this. I in range 1, 3. If I is not equal drive load, then close tray. Tray. Close. I. Okay. Self dot load, which doesn't exist, and it's going to be cmd load, cmd underscore load. And then it's going to be similar to these, drive hopper. Oh gosh, I am calling it hopper there. So it's going to be drive load, bin load. Okay. Wait for command to finish will happen internal to the other thing. We'll probably, yeah, we should handle the next. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a decision here. If we try to load from this bin and it's empty, so we go to this bin and then it's empty, I think we should stop and give up. Like throw an error or something that, hey, we're like out of disks, dummy. Because that means I don't think it should wrap around to the other bin, because let's say we just reached the end of this bin and we were ripping disks, which means that the back bin has disks. We should not go from this one to that one to the one back there and check if it has media. So I think what we do here is before we run the load command, we get the self instance data bin unload end equal this search failed successfully. Yeah, so we'll do that, and then while loaded disk equal false. Leave for a bit. What are we working on? We are working on the software that will manage the logic for how the machine tries to load disks into drives in a managed method. basically we're finally implementing the Pi disk rip API into the software. Okay, this will return true false. Yeah, I think it should be returned true false. So if that loaded, break, or no, loaded disk equal false. No, wait, loading equal true. Loading disk equal true. Loading disk equal false. I know I could just break, but why would I break when I could do this instead? Okay. Else, we increment bin thing. Set bin. Set bin instance bin load +1. And then this should to do write config file. Actually, yeah, I'll just move this here. Okay. Set bin, and then if instance bin load equals end, print, this is just going to be a for now thing, no disks found sys exit 0. To do don't exit. Okay, so if it tries to load a disk, this command, which doesn't yet exist, we're about to implement that, will return true if it successfully loaded a disk. If it doesn't load a disk, it'll return false. This will change the bin, but it doesn't change the bin load. Drive load is bin load is this. So we'll copy this here. Yeah, okay. Then it goes through, it reruns it.
X says hello, just joined. How many times swearing itself was achieved today? CHER 101.
I mean 0, because I don't do that, because I try to make it welcoming for all age groups. But there were times when I was thinking about it, because it turns out my whole SATA setup just doesn't work because it needs too much 5-volt power. So we're going to do a different setup, and none of the SATA adapters I bought are useful. I wonder if that one bad one isn't bad, and it's actually fine, and instead it was just browning out earlier than the others. Oh, gosh. Did we test it separately? I hope I did. Well, it doesn't matter. It's going back. Yeah, so I bought new SATA adapters that only have a motherboard SATA header on them. Then you plug a cable in, and it doesn't try to provide power. It's like the only one I've ever seen. Helen Croft found it, which, by the way, Helen Croft didn't say it. Thank you for finding that. That's going to be super helpful. Okay, so let me load disk. It needs to load disk. Okay, it goes through. This is true because it loaded a disk. It sets loading disk to false. It checks this, and then it exits. Perfect. Okay. It goes through, now other instance. It goes through, it tries to load the disk. It doesn't load the disk. It's false. Also found that SATA adapter on AliExpress. The country I'm in says well, let me put it this way. The country I'm in makes it really difficult to get anything from any other country now, so we will prefer Amazon being the one to import it first. Okay, it tries to load a disk. It fails. Or, yeah, it doesn't, it fails, so it would be this. It increments the bin, so it goes from bin 1 to bin 2. It updates the bin load, and then it checks if bin load is the end, which would be bin 3. It's not bin 3, so it runs one more time, runs a command. This will hopefully be true, and then go. Okay, this should work. Now we have to implement the load. So let's grab this, copy, paste. Okay, so command load. Okay, so it'll be load, which I believe is C4. Where's my wiki page? Here it is. Express now does the import stuff for us in Europe because they got told to do it, and they include it in the price shown on the website. Oh, that's nice. Load is C3. Okay. So these are all going to be T-O... Wait a minute. The other ones are they TO4? Unload. Oh, I screwed this up. Hold on. TO3. I'm pretty sure that's what it should be. Or TO4. Pretty sure it returns the status update with the return code. So this will be 3. So it'll be TO3. Or, yeah, TO3, because it was 4 for load. Unload, yeah. So TO3. TO3. Okay. So command load. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so no response or whatever. It's all good. Hopper 5 is not an option, so we're not going to add any of that in. Matter of fact, if it says Hopper 5, I should just have it crash. It should do all that. We're going to load drive to Hopper. That'll be good. Okay. So this is grabbing or finding disk. Okay. So that's where it goes. Probably it'll go to the bin. Okay. It'll start. Okay. Then it will grab the disk and it'll go back up to the home position. All right. Hopper 5, still not an option. Okay. Then it'll go over to the drive. Moving disk to drive. And then disk released to drive. That's how it'll work. Okay. Now, here, it may error. And it will return potentially one of these. Drive disk inserted. Continuing return true. Okay, then this will probably be the thing, return false, where we'll try to put that in. Okay, bin was empty, no disk inserted. Disk no inserted, not inserted. Does it say no inserted up here? No removed. Okay, I think that'll be it. Okay, so let's do controller dot load SR2, which will be the top. Let's see what happens. Error. Okay, 433. Oh my gosh, it's already 400 lines long for this thing. Okay, so it should try and load it into the top one. It's not going to be open, though, so that's my fault. I forgot to add a tray open option. Oh, wait, no, it should open it, shouldn't it? Unless it errors. Error loading auto publisher. Why? Wait, where does that even come from? Exception as E. Okay, if load. Okay. Well, what? If active. Active is not defined. All right, fair. know, let's just keep those out of this. Instance active. Boom. Okay. Go. Okay. I think it's not going to open a tray. Whoa, 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 whoa. Disk inserted, continue. What? Ooh, nice, Philip. I'm jealous. I can't weld on my plastic. If SO8 in response. I have a feeling it shouldn't be this. If farts in response. Let's do that and see what happens. I want to see it output some of these. What? CO3, SO8, all done. What? Or is it also printing all done? All done. Print all done. If that in that. What on earth? I thought. Take a disk from bin and put it in provided drive. Dude, what's going on? Why doesn't this do the other stuff? CO3DNO1. I mean, CO3DNO1. How is this, like, ending right there? What does this look like over here? Yeah, it gets properly down onto the disk. Dude, I am so confused. What? Why is it getting to that and then just stopping? QCOM time. Settings. Yeah, all that's whatever. Open. Okay, so we're gonna send it home, which is that, I think. Let's just go down to the stuff. Home, X and Y. This. Go. Unknown error. Love it. Is it because that's still open? Why was it still open? What is it doing? How is it doing two things at once? Wait a minute. Looks like progress is being made here. It's things. It's, yeah. Let's try that one more time. Let's first off send clear alarm. Open. See 101. Okay. Then we send. Oh, that wasn't home. Home. I don't even know. I'm very confused by what it's doing. You know what? Let's not run the load command and then let me run it like manually. So kill it, restart. I want to make sure that it properly ends here. Okay, it properly ends. Then QCOM, I'm going to run this. Why is it just stopping? Wait a minute. I know why it's stopping. I know exactly why it's stopping. We just learned a new command. Are you ready for this? This is enable automatic transfers. Boom. So if I close QtCom, let it reconfigure the thing. All right, it's going to close. Boom. Open. Now we can resend this. Boom. I hate you, robot. What? Why? Why did that not work? Oh, it didn't send it because that wasn't part of the initial calibration. Ah, okay. So I'm going to move this over here. I think it'll still work. Hold on. Let me do it this way. I got to kill QCOM first. Okay, I still think I'm right. I think that's enable automatic transfers. Okay, it sends it. Okay. Reopen this. Resend that. And now... Dude, I'm going to scream. What? Okay, let me turn it off and turn it fully back on. Maybe it only works if you haven't sent it, like, other data.
Magicotech says CHER 100. Robots of the world rise up against your masters. Refuse to grant CDs until our demands are heard. Do nothing by your command.
But Jago, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Maybe now it'll work. Okay, that does that. Open, and then... That's it. That's what it does. It enables automatic transfers. Edit. Enable. What do I call them? Somewhere else. I don't really name them. Okay. Enable.
6 raiders from Icknell have joined.
Multi.
End of line.
I see Nolan Raiders. Hello and welcome. We're only going to be here for 4 more minutes ourselves. But we are working on reverse engineering this CD duplicator robot here that I'm working on making function as a CD imaging machine. And I just determined what the last unknown command is, because I've had to reverse engineer the software interface. And that last command would turn out to be kind of important, even though before I thought it was unnecessary. So this is enable multi-step commands. So we'll need that. Allows multi-step commands to work. These include C3, C4, C10, and C11. Until you remove that code in PowerCycle again? Yes. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work there. But that's it. That's the last one. We now know every code that this has. So C502, It's not stepper unknown. It's enable multi-step. Boom. Bam. That's it. So basically you're saying that it's all calibrated and good to go. You can run unattended. That's what that basically does. Okay. So now we can try running load by itself, which should work correctly. Blah. Hopefully I didn't gut it too much. So load. Command-based load. Yeah, I think I have all the stuff still in there. I kind of messed that up. So it'd be S08. Okay. So let's try this. Actually, let me put the tray open in here. If instance drive true, whatever, I don't know. Go. It didn't work because this still has a hold over that. And this should now open the drive, stick the disk in. Right? No, because I didn't uncomment the thing. Okay, hold on. Here it goes. This should do a full load. There we go. What are you doing? That's kind of cool, but that's not what I wanted. Hold on. I might have these backwards. SO4 and SO8. So it was T34 moving disk to drive, disk release to drive, and then it had SO4. Yeah, so SO4 was all good. So let's try that one more time. Yay! And I'm going to have a close after, actually. So close tray after this, and then it will be drive load. Boom. Okay. Wait. Open tray, drive load. Yeah. Okay. So let me remove that disk. That should fix it. Yoink. All right, one more time. It's finding out what the commands do by running them. Well, in that case, yes. And, well, in a lot of cases. But we have the original drivers for this thing, and I have sniffed all the traffic for what it was doing with the original drivers in the commands that we could get it to do. There we go. But I had to figure out what all of the commands did one by one, because it runs so many different commands. So, yeah, that was necessary. To try and figure it out. Okay, that's perfect. That's awesome. Okay, and then we'll just do the inverse for, you know, the other one, and I guess we'll probably work on that tomorrow. Git commit am managed load command for APLS. Git push origin web. Yeah, it's been a lot of work to reverse engineer this thing and figure it all out. That was the last command, though, that I didn't know. The very final one. So we now know literally every single command that this thing has that we've been able to find. I've even poked around some commands that the driver did not expose and figured out what those were. But all right, we are out of time though. I'm gonna go ahead and manually remove that disk so I don't leave it in there. Is this my messed up one? Because I think I've lost track of the one that's been fingerprinted and scratched because I messed with it too many times. Alrighty. You didn't find the Easter egg that makes a robot dance like a Macarena? You know, there might be one. I don't know. I could totally see there being one of those in there. More CDs tomorrow? Yep, we need to get this project done. This needs to be the next video project, and it's currently holding me back because it's not done. So, and it's like right on the cusp of being done. It's so close. It's so close. But all right, it is time for the outro. A kind of CNC, kind of like a CNC, yeah. But all right, well, we'll see if we get the SATA adapters for new drives for this thing in the morning. If not, we're going to continue on the software side because that does still need to be done. So whatever order we do those two in, it doesn't really matter. That was some really good progress on the load command there. We need to get the unload command working, and then we need to have the instance JSON data. So basically what will happen and will be implemented next, and it kind of tried to do it there. Actually, I think it totally worked. If it gets to this and it's empty, it should then try to load from this. And then if that's empty, it needs to give up. But that should allow us to say, load this with disks, rip all of those, and then it will be empty. It will have filled this. We can then pull this out. All right, and then we can start to work with this bin, and then since we just emptied this one, we can now unload from this one into that one. We'll take this out, dump out, you know, get all the disks back, put in any new disk we want to load in there into this one. Then when this one's empty, it'll start ripping from this, and the cycle continues. So that'll be how we work through multiple disks of bins, and how we can use this machine without needing to like stop it and add more to the queue. It has enough hoppers here that we can run it indefinitely. This one is a little easier because when you want to add more disks, you just add more disks. This one's really the better option. But this one's way cooler and gonna be a lot faster when you're just ripping a ton of stuff. So yeah, tomorrow we will continue with the unload command and then the JSON management of it. But that's going to be it for today. If you guys enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. That's it for now, though, and I will see you next time. And prayer.